Good morning, everyone. Oh, you are here. Okay.
Yeah, I'm here.
So this is our painting stream that we do every Friday. Move my coffee out of the way. This is a show where we paint a bunch of 3D printed pieces. These are sort of dungeon tiles that we 3D print here. We paint and get all ready. These are some we worked on last week that we're going to be finishing today. These are some that we're going to be working on today. They are like a barred wall. I don't want to set them in yet, but this these bars get placed down in between these two pegs, and you get sort of a bar and stone wall. These metal bars. So these are all pieces we 3D print here on those printers behind me. If you want the designers to see the designers, go to our website dysondungeons.com/attributions. We have them all listed there. We have some more pieces that are ready to go, but I'm not gonna jump into those until we go through all the pieces we have here. Yeah?
Yeah. So you can see
this is like a
painted last
brazier.
Bunch we painted last week, but there are a couple that we didn't have last week.
And these are also, so these are separate here, but those
that we just need to finish. So
including this brazier and
a couple of sigils and a floor piece, and I think there's some.
And all of these all of these tiles are ready to go. Well, they need one quick pass to make sure they're cleaned properly. Look for any areas that we'll have to go through basically and make sure they don't have any spots on them. Pretty much.
Yeah, one last quality control.
And then they will all get a black wash on them. And they'll look way less flat and more visually interesting than what we have here. So, if you want, what do you want to work on today?
Well, I was thinking I'd finish up these.
All right.
These bits. I'll start on the wall.
So, the sigil, after talking with Lexi, we're changing the colors a little bit. We're going to keep the red here. But the blue and the gold, we're going to paint maybe that charcoal black that you got.
Yeah, we could try that. That's a nice black.
So if you want, when you're painting the sigils and this one, to paint over those, and then you'll probably have to redo some of the brass on them.
Color chart. We could paint it either very dark black or this kind of charcoal.
Did we get any black?
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
I was able to find it.
Either of those. And
So
why don't
we'll
we go
pick
with
one
the
of those
charcoal?
Yeah.
It's a warmer black, and this is like a fire rune. So when you're painting those sigils, why don't you change this one to black, the gold and the blue, and you'll probably have to clean the bronze lines up.
No. You want the gold round part black as well instead of the gold.
Yeah. It'll read better. The gold and the bronze are too close.
Okay, well, we will change it, and then we might have to go back and redo
the bronze and
that's the brass. The brass,
so, yeah. Some of there'll be needed to be changes.
Yeah, and then some touching up on the outside. I see with the gray.
Yep. Yeah, that's gonna be a little bit of a back and forth process.
Yeah, we'll do those touch-ups when we do the other two.
Could I get?
But you painted the inside before you painted the brass, right?
However you want to do it, as long as they're painted. You know, whatever order works for you is fine. I painted the insides and then I painted the brass. And then I was going to go clean up the insides, but we ran out of time.
Okay, well, we'll dive into this.
May I have
Oh, one more question.
Yeah.
What color do you want this?
So the brazier, the floor is dark gray.
Yeah, that I know, but
The brazier itself, we're going to do in a brass because this is part of a ritual chamber.
Okay.
So you could go with like an iron or something, but I think brass will be a little more showy.
Okay, well, we'll use the brass.
And it will match the sigil.
Mm-hmm.
Then. And you can pretty much paint the entirety of it brass. It looks like one solid piece.
Mm-hmm. I wanted to paint the bowl before the floor so I could keep the gray up to it.
Before you jump in, two things.
Mm-hmm.
Could I have the little alligator clip stand? Because I'm going to be working on little iron bars.
Yep.
Thank you.
You can. Those are all parts of the doors, so those can just come off and be set aside to dry now.
Yeah. These were doors from the set that were getting made. Those will have to be finished as well, but for the moment,
we should keep track of which of these have been opened and used, which aren't.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, one of these days. Okay, we need cleaning cups and paper towels.
Yep. Thank you. Fix his camera while he's gone. Yeah. Alright. So I'm gonna start out with at least 4, because I only seem to have 4 alligator clips right now of the on the bars here, and I'm going to do these fairly simply in steel.
One more patch here.
One more alligator clip. Luckily, these don't have a lot of like detail to them. They're all iron bars fitted into iron bars. It doesn't look like there's even rivets represented on them. It looks more like one of those things where there's like a hole, like iron bars coming together, and then there's like a flange that opens up in between that, in the middle of the iron bar, and then the opposite iron bars are shoved through. So they don't look like they're too particularly complicated. And I should have 6 of these. Oh, I have one over here. There we go. I'm just cleaning it off here. I got a little bit of gunk stuck to it when it was drying. I just had to pull that off.
So I'm going to do the base coat on the walls.
I'm just gonna alligator clip each one like this, and then I'll just have a little section to do this little bar here where the alligator clip is holding. When it dries, I'll just have to go in and paint that over, because there's not really any good place to hold them otherwise, because the entirety of it is getting steel painted on it. Can the bar do the flip? I don't know. It looks like it can. So, I am pre-flipping them before I start painting. Very smart of me. Good attention to detail, Nichole. I'm going to probably go with my medium brush for this because I need some volume, but I don't want to splatter everywhere. Now these need to match that cut stone set we did before. So these are going to be all in neutral gray, and then they'll be dark gray highlight bricks. Yeah.
Ah, okay. So they're going to be. Are they part of this set?
They're going with the cut stone set that we did before. The more simple one for the show.
Oh, okay. So these will be featured somehow or other.
At some point. And I'll come back for this one because I only have 5 alligator clips, but I have 6 iron bars.
You know that we have never gotten through a set of bars yet. So that's actually pretty fun to have.
Oh, in the game?
In the game, yeah.
We use some of these 3D models for Dyson Dungeons and Dragons game here on Dyson Dungeons. That airs Sundays at 2 p.m. Eastern. But we will not be airing an episode this Sunday because it's Easter Sunday, so we're doing some family stuff instead.
Yep, but since you're doing bars and the bars will be on the show, we know that we'll simply be trapped.
Maybe. Or we're trying to break someone free.
Yeah. But we really haven't. I think just once we were able to get through a set of bars. And that's because...
it was the alcohol.
It was what?
I said it was the alcohol kind. I was making a joke.
No, it wasn't that.
I know.
Nobody can get out of those. It was... we found a lever and the door opened, I guess. Quite the same. Crowbars never worked. Blasting powder didn't work. We tried all sorts of things to get through bars. Constantly failed. And to make things even better, we spend way too much time doing it. Instead of moving on with what we should be doing.
So these give a nice dark metal look that I don't even need to wash. I really like this steel.
Yeah, I couldn't get any more of it.
No?
I'll have to look again later. Well, that's not true. I could from like New Zealand or someplace. It was.
I mean,
the shipping was 4 times more than the cost of the thing.
What we really need to do is go like scour through all the local hobby shops for supplies sometime. You know. Now I'm going to go take some and just do this sort of circle maneuver. I guess it's rectangle maneuver in each of the cells to get the inside edges coated. Except for the one that I am alligator clipped on. Okay, so that's one side done. Now I just gotta flip it over and hit the other side. Which is already kind of partially done because it bled over a little. So I got that going for me. Yeah, I didn't think so. Is there music playing? I'm not sure. Oh, it was just switching songs. Now it's going. I looked up right as the song was switching and I didn't see any music playing on the little readout. I was like, I thought it was fixed, but it was. So other than where the alligator clip is holding, that's pretty much what they look like. They're not too much to look at right now, but that metallic will look really good once it is nestled up in the stone wall. So set that one aside and grab the next one. I have 5 more of these to do. You know what painting these is making me think of? I haven't had them in forever. Those waffle cut fries.
Oh, no, it is kind of waffly looking, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'll put them on the shopping list. They might still exist somewhere.
I haven't only ever seen them in restaurants. And I don't like to go outside.
Okay, I think that's it for the lighter gray. Neutral gray. Doesn't take sides. It doesn't make any sense because it took all sides here. Maybe that's what it means by neutral gray. Is that it isn't that it doesn't take sides, it's that it takes all the sides.
It's so neutral, it actively fights everyone.
Mm-hmm.
Is that what you're saying?
Mm-hmm. It's on everybody's side. It's like, I don't know, sociopathically friendly, I guess.
Apparently.
You have to wonder about it.
So it's like how Switzerland actually was rather than how Switzerland is portrayed as in like popular media.
Yeah.
Where they're like, we're going to actively support all the sides and make money off of it rather than like
you got stolen loot, bring it here.
Rather than we're going to stay out of the conflict altogether and not support anyone.
Yep. That's why their banking and hospitality industries have done so well, I think. Okay, well, I'm going to do a bunch of brass. Still a fair amount of this left. Hard to tell.
The metallics, we don't use we use the metallics often, but we don't use a large volume often.
Yeah, they spread really well. So now I'm going to paint the bowl of this. This is probably the biggest piece of brass anything that we've done.
Yeah, unless we do a brass dragon at some point. I don't think there's going to be a lot more brass.
Tipping the cup up a little bit so that the paint kind of stays down
there. That is something we're looking into, is maybe getting something like a resin printer in order to start painting more miniatures, like figures, on the show here. Still sort of being looked at, but we might.
Even though this brush absorbs a fair amount of paint, this is a big surface. Use this larger brush.
Hey, Cake. Thanks for coming and watching.
Hello.
We are working on dungeon tiles. I'm making sort of barred prison-y walls right now.
This brush works. We might need to do 2 coats. We'll see how it looks.
Like that. I think we haven't officially decided yet, but we might be having an odd schedule next week, and you might be doing a whole bunch of solo painting streams. Yeah?
Yeah.
And
you mean like Millennium Falcons and things?
Yeah, there's a Millennium Falcon model over there if you wanted to do that one.
Oh yeah, it's part of the solo thing, right?
Yeah. Get some more.
So we'll have to see if we have more tiles to paint or whether I try something else. I have a model airplane I started, I think, about 10 years ago. And it got to the point where I needed to airbrush on it. And then
And then you stop.
And then I stopped, and now it's just sitting there almost complete, except for all the painting, which will take quite a while. More complicated painting schemes. Maybe I'll work on that. Or there's a submarine kit that I built when I was young. I got one of the first ones when it first came out, which tells you how old these kits are. Old nuclear missile submarine, one of the first boomers.
Named after your generation.
It's down in the box there. Anyway, yeah, the side of it comes off, and you can see all the stuff on the inside in really kind of mediocre detail. It's really not a very detailed kit, but it's kind of a fun thing to do. So maybe I'll work on that. It's hard to find them now. And most of them have been started in some form or another. So I actually ended up buying 3, hoping that
piece together.
I could get enough pieces from the 3 of them to make one that wasn't all yucky. Usually the people who start them, they're not very good. They don't use very good paint, and they just make a mess of it. The glue gets all over. So I'm thinking I might even have to disassemble part of it in order to get enough parts to make it. Okay, well this is looking kind of scabby. So I think what I'm going to let it do
It's dry.
is dry, and then I'll come back and put a second coat on.
Yeah, we haven't ever used that brass in such a large surface area before.
No, it's usually really thin lines like on the sigils, which I'll be doing next. But we'll let that aside, and then I'll start. I'm going to do the highlights on the sigils here. A much finer brush. Brass paint I'm going to end up wasting.
We might also have enough dungeon tiles for you to do if you want as well. If we glue them together this weekend. But if you're looking forward to doing a model over a week, I don't see any reason to stop.
I don't know if I would bring out that plane. I might try to just hand brush it instead of airbrush it. Because some of these paints are pretty good. They don't show. No. Yeah, they don't show brush marks very much. Well, now I'm getting this brass all over the gray that I just painted.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, by not being careful, and it doesn't matter if I have to touch up a little bit or a lot. Still have to touch it up. So, we'll just continue to make a mess of the brass here, and then we'll come back with the gray later.
You're extra chatty today.
Extra.
Yeah. Oh, well, that's totally fine for lurking. Thank you for coming and watching, though. Have a good day at work.
Thank you for joining us.
Alright. These aren't super exciting, these bars, but they need to be done because they need to be dry. Although this steel dries really quickly.
Yeah, really fast, actually.
Halfway there. 3 of 6. So, one of the problems I was running in with priming I overcame yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
It was that bottle of primer we'd been using had it had been open a little too long and had gotten a little sedimenty.
Oh no!
Even with a lot of shaking.
Mm-hmm. Did you thin it, or were you just tossing it?
There was only we had only like Honestly, there's maybe a half an inch left at the bottom
Oh, so
of the bottle.
it was nearly empty.
So it was all the sediment at the bottom of the bottle, basically. And it was gunking up the airbrush. So I switched to the other bottle and there was like no problems at all.
Yeah, that can happen. You know, even with these other paints in the jars, when you get near the bottom, and especially with the washes.
So when we decide on a final primer color and buy a lot of it, what I'm thinking we should do is get like a proper jar or can with like an agitator ball or two in it.
Mm-hmm.
I know you can just buy agitator balls.
Well, we can just drop some. We might even have some just laying around.
Yeah.
They're just little ball bearings.
Pretty much. And put it all in a container together to drop them in to like whatever it is that it's in. And that should help extend its usefulness by breaking up.
Yeah, metallic paints have those already, and which is kind of nice. You need to because the metallics they'll really settle.
Yeah, there's a lot of all the metallics have a little like flake to get the metallic look.
So there's the shiny bits.
Yeah, no, that's good. I think black will look pretty good with the red.
Mm-hmm.
It'll look a little more menacing. And these are, you know, all these dungeon sets are for fighting in, generally speaking, so they should have a little more menacing look to them. You know?
Yeah. And yeah, you don't want to.
You typically
like a Mary Kay shop or something.
Yeah. Unless you're fighting in a store, you generally don't need a miniature set of a store for D&D, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So unless you're actually fighting in it.
Yeah. So far we haven't had to fight in a store because we've always reached negotiated the amount of payment. And, we haven't been arrested for shoplifting. Not even nines. It's actually kind of surprising.
I feel like Soria is more likely to actually shoplift than Nine.
Why?
Because Fae influence.
Mm.
If it was like a shop run by an Agmar, no doubt.
Oh, well then. They probably deserve to be.
Nines doesn't shoplift anymore since he got spritzed with a water bottle by that shop owner.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah, that'll do it. And then the hissy can of air.
Mm-hmm. Somehow operating the caps on those metals always gets everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
These caps suck. I don't know how they managed to do that. But just opening the cap, it's like your hand's covered in paint.
Yeah, it all splatters out somehow. Weird.
So if we get to it, the other set we have to paint is our Dungeon of Doom, which has a bunch of traps in it. We'll see if we get to it today. There's a very good chance we won't.
That sounds pretty exciting though. Doom. So does that mean like Doom is the owner?
No.
It's full of Doom?
It's like it's full of doom. I don't think it's a dungeon belonging to Dr. Doom.
Something that is Dr. Doom.
That would be copyright. Right.
Be like Mr. Doom.
Please, my father's Dr. Doom. Call me Mr. Doom. Alright. Well, getting through all of these iron bars fairly quickly. You need a hacksaw to do that. Alright. To get through iron bars.
No, we don't have one of those, do we? Maybe that's why we can't.
Yeah, you should buy a hacksaw next time we're in a town.
I've never seen one for sale.
I guess you need. Well, we should go to like a hardware store. This is still drying, but it's mostly dry. This is the first one I did, so I'm going to just set it there so that I can use the clip for the last one.
I'm discovering that the raised part of the sigils are raised much higher and they need to be painted in more than I originally thought. So I need to go back to the other one too and fill them in. Otherwise, they'll show weirdly when the other colors painted on, especially from the top. Okay, now I'll go back to this one.
Hey, you Gem, welcome. Today is a nice day to be just like today I'm just very sleepy, so I'm just like have a nice slow quiet painting stream today, you know.
Oh, you want me to be quiet?
Oh no, I'm being quiet.
No.
You can talk if you want. I won't stop you. Unless you're giving away secrets.
No. We could continue the conversation we had that you don't like about old fairy tale.
Yep. Alright, like, what are the mechanics of a wishing fish? A fish that grants wishes?
Well, that would be something.
It would be.
Or we could, and speaking of fish,
Uh-huh.
how does a babble fish?
A babblefish? They explain it in Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
I know, but how do you keep it in your ear?
It swims in.
So it's like constantly swimming upstream in your ear canal so it doesn't fall out?
Yeah. I think in the movie they actually show where it sits.
Oh, they show like a cutaway version of somebody's
head.
Ear.
Yeah.
It shows where the fish sits.
I think so. In the movie.
Check that out. Otherwise, you would think since fish are kind of slippery.
It burrows down in there pretty deep. It's not.
It sounds pretty unpleasant.
It's not just sitting at the edge of your ear. It's like It's like halfway to the brain.
Mm-mm.
What?
Doesn't it hurt them? Or
Only
does it have like a
only
natural anesthetic?
I think only going in. It's kind of uncomfortable.
It's not like that burrowing thing from
Star Trek.
Star Trek 2.
I don't think so. No, I don't think it's like the worm from Star Trek 2. Wrath of Khan. That they stick and check off.
Mm-hmm. It seems to, the same mechanics. So
Similar. There's it's one of those sort of like what is it? It's not divergent evolution, it's like concurrent evolution.
no, parallel.
Parallel evolution, where like two very different things evolve a similar or almost identical mechanism, but they're not actually like the same creature. Like they're from a different branch.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever heard the term carcinization? Carcinization?
No, is that like the old Today Night Show with Johnny Carson?
No.
No,
Unfortunately, no.
no, it's not like one of the current hosts pretending to be like Johnny Carson, even though they're really not very good at it.
No.
No, I guess I haven't heard of that.
Carcinization is a evolutionary phenomenon where aquatic arthropods, like shrimp and lobsters and stuff, things like that, have a tendency, despite no matter how they're shaped, there's they can be wildly different shapes and stuff, right? There is a tendency for aquatic arthropods to all evolve towards the crab shape. A whole bunch of the crabs that we have are completely separate evolutionary lines that they just all go towards crab.
So they all converged on crab shape.
Yeah.
So like crab shape is like an ideal.
Crab shape is like an aquatic ideal that like everything moves slowly towards.
Kind of weird and almost disgusting.
So a whole bunch of crabs out there are like very, very genetically distinct from other crabs because they developed it separately.
See, I didn't know that. That's pretty interesting.
Ugh, this steel gets absolutely everywhere.
Okay. Wash this off. Get the other brush out and put this. Yeah, it's pretty dry. I put a second coat on that. It will look better.
There's even some meme. I don't know what show it's from, but it's like the basic meme format is this guy is like in a therapy session and he's like, hey, I made a new friend, and they're like, was it an actual new friend or just like another like weirdo online or something like that? He's like, it was a weirdo online, right? But they took that meme and they're like, I made a new creature. And the therapist is like, is it a new creature or just crab again? And he's like, crab again.
Because of,
Because of carcinization. I got, like, somehow this steel paint gets on every single surface that's ever made.
Yeah. Yeah, it just
spreads. Like, I was wearing a glove and somehow this hand is covered in steel.
Your glove hand
Yeah.
went through your glove.
Or it got on my hand and I took the glove off.
No, that could be too, right?
All I know.
It's like lurking in the shadows and you took your glove off.
All I know is I'm covered in paint all of a sudden. So I'm trying to control the volume that is on my fingers. Okay. So I have those are all drying, all those metal gates or bars, whatever they're called. So the next thing I'm going to do is get the base coat on all of these frames that the bars slot in between. And for that I'm going to need a neutral gray.
I have that.
You have the neutral gray?
A neutral gray.
An open one?
Yep.
Getting a new glove. Or two. Well, I have a backup. Really? That's steel, too? Please? Alright. Get a new glove on here. I'm just gonna pop a little water in there so that doesn't dry. Alright. So, these are going to be fully base coated in neutral gray. The entirety of them. So, I can go fairly quick here, use my big brush, and just get it completely covered in gray. That is the goal anyway. Work in these grooves here. I'm just getting some out of the cap before I switch to the jar itself to try and get what little I can.
Okay, that looks pretty brassy.
No, it's looking good. Did everyone see it on camera? It's a very impressive looking brazier.
Yeah, we haven't had that much brass in one place. It looks okay.
Question, do we keep it bright or do we tone it down a little with some wash?
Oh, that's the question.
What I might do, since it sometimes has a flame in it, I could put a little brass around the center, or a little black wash around the center.
Like around the top part.
And sort of grade it out from...
Right there, because the flame comes up right from that spot in the middle.
Yeah, the flame is like on the other side of all those walls. That will need to be painted today as well.
Mm-hmm. There's no magnet in this one.
There should be. Yeah, there's a magnet. It's glued in and primed over.
Oh, we got primed. Okay. So here's the flame, which needs to be flaming. It goes in the center, and the magnet holds it in. Yep. And then it got brass all over the bottom.
Because it's wet paint. Beware wet paint.
So somehow we'll need to paint this flame sometime in the future.
Alligator clip on a nail.
Yeah, this has got a magnet at the bottom. We could put it like on this little piece of metal.
Yeah, that's why I said a nail. It's a little piece of metal, right?
Yeah, depending on how big a nail. Okay, so what I'm going to do next is I'm I'm going to get out the dark gray, which is the floor color.
Yeah, there's an open one over here. You might also have an open one, I'm not sure. But this one.
Use that.
Alright, so this is just getting all of this base color thrown on, which is the neutral gray here. It's not very interesting gray, but it'll serve as the basis for the rest of it.
So the floor isn't going to be dark gray?
It's not dark gray on the...
Oh, that's right, this is a different
on
set.
the... It's not... Yeah, it's a separate set from these ones that you're doing.
What I'm going to do now, let's see, the floor gets painted a dark gray, is I'm going to paint with a light small brush along the lines here. The contact lines, so that I can use a larger brush later to finish painting the floors. Do that line, and I'll probably do the bottom of this too. I need to paint up to the base of the razor. This one's getting empty. This might be the last hurrah.
We have a couple others, but
Oh yeah, we might as well use up.
the mostly empty ones. Alright. Getting all of this just coated in neutral gray.
Boring but essential.
Mm-hmm. All of this will be washed. And once I have these all set to go and be washed, I'm gonna go through all of that set that we did. And just do a quality control check on it quick. And then I'll do a big washing of the tiles, which will really bring them to life. Because as you can see here, these colors, they go on nice, but they go on very flat. It's a very flat, boring color. It's uniform across the entirety of the piece. And that's just not all that interesting to look at. So, to get that variation in there without too much hassle, we use a black wash, and that will naturally darken everything, but also add in a lot of subtle variations as it pools and collects in different locations on the figure. That's good. I'm trying to get into this crease. Now, this little channel that I'm painting here, it is where the bars sit, but since I don't know if any of it's going to be visible, I want to paint it anyway, just to make sure that you're not getting any primer showing once it's all in place together.
Okay, now I'm going to do this. This will take a while, because all the way around.
Oh, yeah, there's a lot.
I'm going to paint out fairly far, even though I probably don't need to, but I don't, with using the larger brush, I don't want to make a mess of the grass and have to go back on the brush.
Ideally.
Fortunately, the grass cave curves in so that tiny little variations in the line aren't going to really show very much.
Jim, you're saying you didn't know all that crab stuff? Yeah. So, next time you're at the painting crab, remember you could be eating a whole bunch of different species. Right?
Why are you assuming there's any crab?
Oh, that's fair. Well, I didn't say a bunch of different species of crab.
Mm-hmm.
You could be eating a lot of different species
of
things that are being served as crab. Isn't there a type of fish, like monkfish or something, that like sometimes gets served as like a lobster replacement? Like it's a cheaper...
Actually, imitation crab.
Is that a fish?
No. I mean, they use some sort of fish for that. Most crab that you buy isn't crab.
Yeah, what is it?
Imitation crab. It's something else. I don't know.
But like what? It's monkfish. What's imitation crab made out of?
Well, that I'm not sure. Some sort of fish. I don't remember which kind. Some places they're even honest and they say it's imitation. When we went to this window service place in Hilo, they put crab on the side and they're honest and they say it's imitation crab. I don't know why they call it that. They could just call it what it is, right?
In the 1800s, lobster was considered a crappy food, only suitable for poor people. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's because it's a giant water bug.
In the colonial times, they fed it to their prisoners and they complained because that's all they ever got was lobster.
Mm-hmm. In colonial America.
Mm-hmm. And then, like everything else, it got overfished, and now it's rare, and now it's expensive.
Which means it's good. It's still giant water bugs.
Yeah. Okay, well, that's close. So, what I'm going to do is clean this brush and get out the bigger brush and finish the floors. And I guess what we need to do is some brown highlight bricks as we get those in.
Mm-hmm.
And then start working on the sigils.
Yeah, you want to do those before? Yeah. I did get them in on that first sigil. I forgot if I had done the brown highlight on the sigils or not. I feel, is imitation crab like one of those things where people know it's not the thing, but they just don't really want to ask, what it actually is? Kind of like hot dogs and stuff.
Yeah, it could be.
Yeah, like I'm going to eat it, and I'd rather not know what it actually is. All I know is crab is one of my least favorite flavors. Real or fake. I've tried it a few times, and every time, it's just like not at all okay to me. I don't know why.
I don't know. I don't like seafood at all, so.
Yeah. I've had lobster before, and it's not, I don't love it, but it's not as bad as crab.
Yeah, it's the smell of seafood.
That's what gets you.
Yeah, I mean, I can go to a restaurant and someone can have it 6 tables away, and I can. Sometimes it's really bad. There's some that are very odoriferous. Actually, the worst one is shrimp.
Hmm. So when mom makes shrimp, you're just like,
Yeah, it's like shrimp. Yeah, really sensitive to the smell. I just find it unpleasant.
maybe there's something deeply psychological. Like you were attacked by a fish as a child.
Yeah, actually,
What?
no,
You were chased by a fish in the local park?
no. Yeah, it jumped right out of the water. It was gigantic. It was like a tiger shark.
An ahi tuna.
A giant tiger shark in a little lagoon at the local park.
And it jumped out of the water and started chasing you.
Mm-hmm.
And now you can't even.
It emitted the smell of shrimp as it did.
And now you can't even look at a fish.
I don't mind looking at fish.
Oh. Yeah.
I'll even catch fish and touch fish. I don't like eating them. Okay, so let's explore. Yeah, let's do this.
These take a surprising amount of work just because these pillars have all these little cracks and crevices in them. You have to make sure.
Oh yeah, you wouldn't think they would. There you are.
Especially with the little groove, and you want to make sure you filled it in and everything. It's just a lot of like double checking your work.
Let's hold this.
What? Oh.
I didn't have a glove. I didn't want to mess with one. I just needed something to hold the floor thing.
You should wear a glove for safety reasons. Even though acrylic paint's not super dangerous, it's not something you necessarily want to ingest.
Mm-hmm. You ingest things through your fingers?
If you lick your fingers.
Oh, well.
Or pick up a sandwich.
With your
wet painted fingers. Yeah. Or you could have a cut on your hand that you don't notice.
Oh yeah. We just saw that in a movie. I had a little cut on his finger and was poisoned by anthrax. The son of the woman who married his brother.
What?
Power of the dog.
Oh.
The dog, yeah. He had a cut on his hand and he put it in contaminated water.
Well, there you go. See?
Yeah, see, that can happen.
That's why you always wear gloves every day, all the time.
Yep. If he'd been wearing his surgical gloves, probably would have been okay. Then the movie would have ended differently. Okay. So, those are done.
Didn't back in like the 90s or whatever that the anthrax scare was happening, right?
Oh, right.
Wasn't the guy that eventually they caught who was doing it? He was like a he was like the one guy who worked in like the only anthrax lab in the country.
It was something like that, yeah. Of that particular strain.
Yeah, like it was like super traceable.
I mean, there isn't anthrax laying around.
No.
Yeah, that was pretty funny. He was putting white powder in envelopes.
But
so there were copycat people who just started putting like powdered sugar and flour and stuff in envelopes and scaring everybody. And nobody would open their mail. It's like I'm a random person living in a random place in the middle of the country. Somebody's going to send me anthrax.
Yeah.
And a common antibiotic, I think it's Cipro, is used to treat it.
As long as you catch it early enough.
Yeah. So people started stocking up on Cipro. There were tens of thousands of people getting prescriptions, and then just, of course, flushing it down their toilets and creating antibiotic resistance to bacteria and stuff. Because the anthrax is going to get you in a minute.
Further destroying our entire modern medical system just for funsies.
Okay.
Although the actual guy that did it, all the letters he sent were like, he was like super Islamophobic, wasn't he? Because he like try and frame him, like,
oh yeah, it was a terrorist thing.
Like a terrorist thing, but he's like some like white guy in a lab.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he was definitely a white guy in a lab. What color did we use for these bricks? Do you remember?
Flat Earth.
Is that an open one?
I think so. There's one over here too. That one's definitely open.
I'm going to get in the habit of splotching paint intentionally on the covers of the open ones so that we know that they're the open ones.
Oh, okay. That makes sense. On the top or something?
Yeah.
That would probably be a smart thing to do.
Okay, so I'm just going to pick some random ones and highlight them in this kind of brownish color.
Was the anthrax scare in the early aughts, or was that in like the 90s?
I think that was back in the 90s.
I think I was a little too young to really have a good gauge on what was going on. Alright. So I have all of those base coated now. I'm gonna kind of give them a second to dry before I put the dark gray highlight stones on them. So what I'm going to do is go through each of these pieces quick and just give them a visual inspection. See if there's any that I feel like are in need of cleanup. So I'm gonna sort of shuffle all of these over towards me. Okay. Seems okay. basically what I'm looking for when I do this is, are there any spots where like the paint is not where it should be? Like, is there neutral gray on the floor? Or did one of the browns bleed over? One of the brown bricks bleed over onto the gray too much? Things like that. Primarily what I am keeping an eye out for when I look through all of these. Actually, I'm holding them fairly far back because I'm farsighted, so it's easier for me to look at them from a distance than up close. Oh, that's one of your sigils.
Well, actually, if you're going to do some neutral gray touch-up, you can touch up around the...
Well, I'm not sure if I will yet.
Because you haven't seen any need.
I haven't seen one where I need it yet. Not saying there isn't one, but I'm not going to break out the neutral gray unless I need to. I'm also taking this opportunity to sort of sort like pieces together. Like get all the corners together.
Okay. So those are done.
You got them embrassed.
Yeah, but I'm going to need the neutral gray to touch up around the edges. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. And if you find any that need a neutral gray touch up, hand them to me because I'll have the neutral gray out.
There's been one or two where like the brown has seeped into the crack next to it, but not like when I put a black wash on it, most of that's getting filled. So I'm just looking for more egregious mistakes than that.
So I'm going to take this little brush and go all the way around these sigils and touch up all of
the arrow slits look pretty good.
all of the brass I've got on the gray. Like magic, it disappears.
These big ones. These are very large. Does the Tangy Crab still sell the 1800 lobsters? Probably.
No, there's only 4 things on the Tangy Crab menu. You know that.
Do you want to list them? Here's a touch-up. On that bottom right brick. Yeah. I think that might have just gotten missed in the very first painting of it. Mm-hmm. So does this need any more work to it other than washing?
I don't think so. What do you think?
It's very impressive looking, but I think that'll hit with wash on the floor. And I think it'll probably be good to go. Oh, we should have painted inside that center part with brass.
Oh, because it'll show
when there's not a flame in it. That's the one touch-up thing I'd say it needs.
Okay.
One of us can get to that whenever. You're doing touch-up on the neutral gray right now. I might do that. Once I finish checking all of these things. Alright. Door frame. Sounds good. We got these stairs for the riser. And the riser itself. It's all similar. Alright, so I'm sort of setting them out of the way so that I'll have room to work, but once we finish up one or two things here, I'm gonna get a whole bunch of black wash going.
A touch of brown on that corner.
These all seem to be pretty good though. The only thing left to check are these pillars.
Probably have to have the brass out again to retouch the sigil outline.
Mm-hmm. So I'll do the center of the brazier
Yeah,
then.
just tap in over to do that.
How are these coming along? They're not. So these pieces aren't fully dry yet. They're almost dry. They're taking their time. I'd like to have those ready to go before I wash as well. Ideally.
Yeah, you can probably even wash these because you're not going to be washing into the sigil.
Yeah. Just around it. Alright. I think all these doors are painted in and ready to be washed as well. If we want to wash them at all.
Yeah, I'm not sure how you want those to.
Oh no, they're kind of nice, bright like that. So I might just keep them as is. Yeah, we'll just keep them as they are. So, let me just... remove them from their sticks. So we have more room. Alright. Door, door, door. And 2 lentils. Okay. So where are we at?
We are at painting the insides of the sigils and washing.
So this is the red for the inside of the sigil here. If you want that.
Yeah, I think I'll do the black first.
Do the black first.
Sure.
Is that it up there? That one with the label on top?
Yep. This is NATO black.
NATO? Like NATO?
Yeah, like in like NATO.
Yeah, because it's made for warplanes.
Mm-hmm.
Just getting a quick look at my metal bars here. Those are nice Durkin steel looking
These
pieces.
sigils are really cool, but they're
Complicated.
paint. Tiny little spaces.
Mm-hmm.
So on this one, I'm painting
In
in there,
And the
and
turquoise.
painting the blue black instead.
yeah.
And then there's some red touch up, but
Yeah, there's some red touch up. When you do the other red, that'll happen. So these look mostly dry except for inside the crevice where there's a little less airflow. So I'm gonna take the dark gray and do some detail stones on these pieces so that they can be set up and ready to go for washing as well.
I'm not as good at this as Nikki is, so we'll see kind of a mess.
I'm not that good at either. Okay.
The gold goes away and turns to NATO.
Get this brush properly cleaned here. Because I'll need it for the wash. Okay. Having trouble?
I'm just reaching the spots.
Get my brushes in order and finish my coffee thing. If you want, we also have these little stone fences. Just sitting around that we could paint at some point. There's also like this little log section.
Just kind of little miscellaneous scatter pieces.
There's a couple miscellaneous scatter pieces and a whole lot of doors.
Why do we have all those doors?
I don't know.
Are they gonna be like, are those wooden doors?
They're almost all rustic wood doors.
So they just paint, are they gonna be painted all the same rustic wood color or different?
They'll probably be painted pretty much the same color, but I have to assess what they're for. There's just, I found a big pile of doors.
There's a lot of doors there.
I found a big old stack of doors here that were all primed. I guess there's one there's one metal door in there, but they're almost all this sort of wood type door. And we have a whole lot of them for some reason. I mean, we're definitely going to use them at some point, but
Yeah, you have to go into places, right?
I think, yeah, like, so the tavern sets and things like that, we'll use them. But, yeah, we have a big old pile. Yeah, it's looking more menacing. Dark like that.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, so I think these are good enough to paint in. Do you have a dark gray over there that's open?
Let me look.
When you're available. I just need to put some dark gray blocks. Thank you. On each of these. Yeah, those crevices sure are taking their time drying. They're still pretty wet, but the uprights here seem to be dry enough to put dark gray on. So that's what I'm doing, is just putting in random dark blocks like that. I'll probably put 1 to 3 in on each spoke. Upright pillar? I don't know. I guess pillar would be the correct term. Like that, just to create a little variation. This set that I'm doing here doesn't have as much variation as this set here, so it's a little easier, but it's also a little less interesting. But it's the one we use in the show rather than possibly for a store down the line. And we might switch to that eventually for the show, the other style.
With the drone?
Mm-hmm. Depending on how we feel. Alright, coming along on all of these. There's 2. Out of 6. That's looking pretty good.
Yeah. I'm thinking that medallion on the bottom should be a different color.
Could do orange. Could do... I mean, it's a fire rune, so it should say fire, right?
We could try a kind of reddish orange color.
Which reddish orange color?
Clear orange.
Yeah, you could do clear orange if you want. I think it will probably need a few coats. It's a fairly translucent paint.
Could even do copper.
Copper might be okay. Yeah, why don't you try copper?
This one?
Or...
This one's yellower.
Go with the redder or
The redder
copper.
one.
If you want to do copper.
Yeah, I'm gonna give that a try. I'm gonna paint the other, the black part.
Paint those in first, and then
Yeah, there's gonna be a lot of back and forth going on the sigil before.
it's clean. Yeah. I designed them to look like elemental symbols, not to be easily painted, apparently. Right?
This is true. And they do look like elemental symbols. They're very good at elemental symbols.
They're just also difficult. Okay. 2 more. Okay, and on to the last one of these, and then I suppose I could do some washing. Yeah?
Yeah, you could get started.
There's a lot to get through.
Mm-hmm.
Did we get more black wash?
Oh, tons of it.
Okay, good. Umber was the one we were having trouble finding.
Yeah, I got dark brown. Hopefully it's the same.
Or similar.
Yeah, as long as we don't use it on the same piece as the other. I mean,
Yeah.
It'll be consistent within the set.
Yeah.
It's kind of a nice flat black.
Yeah, it's sort of got a warm charcoal color.
Yeah. Okay.
Letting those dry.
Yeah, I'm just looking for the VA.
Oh, that's probably in the bin. I think it's that white plus sign bottle. Oh no, the other one's the white plus sign top.
Yeah, that's the kind of yellowish one.
Right. It has sort of like a plus sign shaped lid. Alright, that should be good for those. So, clean up my brush. I'm gonna let these ones, I'm gonna do these ones last because I want them to be as dry as possible. So, they're gonna be over here drying. Hopefully. Get my brush clean.
Yeah, we'll just keep playing with colors till we like it.
Alright, so because I'm going to be doing a lot of black wash here, I'll be using my big brush. And squeeze past you to grab a cup. Alright, the question is, do I have an open black wash hiding around here?
I think we had one that was just about dead.
This one is pretty much dead. Honestly, I'm gonna throw it out because
because it gets sedimenty on the bottom and then can't control it.
And it feels empty actually. Like when I shook it, I didn't get any liquid feel. So we've been going back and forth a lot on what that eye should be, huh? The copper's not bad.
No, I'm thinking the other copper actually might look better.
You think? A lot of indecision about this. Putting plenty of black wash in my cup here because I'm gonna be using it. Alright, I'm gonna start with the corners here because they're my least favorite. Wash time. So this is what it looks like before. And you're gonna see a lot of transformation with this wash. You can see pretty immediately how much it darkens and varies it. Now the shininess will go away as it dries, but that darker tone and the variation within it will stay.
Let that dry and see what it looks like. I can paint some red in the meantime.
I'm gonna start getting that scarlet in.
Mm-hmm.
So you can see now that it has a much darker. And you do have a bit of a grace period to push it around into places that you want it. Like getting it into the cracks, for example. In the mortar areas.
Let's see when it dries. It's not as metallic as I was looking.
The copper. I think it'll be alright.
Yeah. Get some red.
And don't forget when you're doing the red, there's those little tiny spots under the eye.
Yeah.
So you gotta get in there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so this is much more what a finished piece will look like. It'll lighten up a little as it dries, but it's gonna have a much darker look than this super flat one. What do you think?
Yeah, it looks a lot better with the wash.
Alright, now I just have to do 50 million of them. The main thing to do with wash is you want to try your best to avoid bubbling. It will happen as you move your brush across and you can break them up, but bubbles lead to little circles. As they dry, they pop and then they leave like a ring where they were sitting. So, ideally, you kind of want to be a little gentle with your brush stroke, let gravity do some of the work for you. Things like that, in order to alleviate that issue. And the wash moves much more freely with the brush once it is all wet. So if you get a light coat of wash on, but you are like, I would like that spot to be darker, you can go in and add more wash over there. At least when you're covering a entire piece in wash like this. If you're doing shading with a wash, it's a little bit different. But in this case, I am texturing the entirety of the piece. I'm simultaneously shading, but also adding sort of like bringing out the texture of the 3D piece with the wash. It has a tendency at the corners to sort of bunch up as well, so it's always worth a quick check. back where you've already painted in order to make sure you're not getting a big dark spot where you're not wanting one. And you can often alleviate that by just some light brushing. Sorry about taking up the space. I just need to.
There's a lot of
tiles, and I'm trying to plan ahead.
Just keep my stuff here.
I know.
I've only got like 4, and you've got
400. 428,000.
Between that and 6. Red.
Just red.
It's got red spots.
It's red now. It has been painted red.
Oh, there's red as well as black all over the grass. So they'll be, back and forth a couple of times on this probably.
Yeah.
Before it settles in. There's always that question of which one do you put in first.
Which one do you want to do one less time than the other?
Mm-hmm.
Pretty much. So many pieces sitting around.
So Hodler primer seems to have lasted.
It did.
No matter how many spray cans we would have gone through to cover the same amount.
I'm guessing the size primer bottles is probably worth somewhere between 3 and 5 spray cans.
Yeah, for I think it was less than the price of one.
Yeah.
Hopefully we can still get it. You never know nowadays.
Well, we'll probably end up getting even bigger bottles of it in the long run.
I think those were the biggest ones I could find.
No? Yeah.
Look.
We still have plenty right now. We don't go through it that quickly yet. I hope in the near future here that we'll be bringing in even more art streams than we do right now. Yeah.
Yeah, you're looking at 3 days a week.
Well, 2.
2 days a week. Instead of one, but longer sessions.
Yeah. We're looking into it.
And someday I'll figure out how to keep things on camera.
Someday.
Yeah, not today. This is what I've been doing that you haven't been able to see.
Gotta always be conscientious of. Did you order a new stool, by the way?
Not yet, I found one though.
You found a stool you like? Is it fancy?
No, it's just an inexpensive work stool from a place that sells stools to
People who need working stools.
yeah, as opposed to like a $250 kitchen bar stool with a back.
Uh-huh. Is it the right height though?
It's adjustable.
Wow. Between like, is it like 1 inch of adjustment? Or is it like widely adjusted?
You know, it's between like 25 inches and 35 inches or so.
That should be about right.
No, so we'll see.
I can tell you being on a lower stool definitely hurts your back less. When I was up on that real basic stool over there, every painting stream, my back would be hurting. Because I'd be so hunched over for hours.
Actually, it's in the same family as that. From the same place.
Is it?
Except it's got a padded seat in it, and the adjustment is on the legs. You know, the kind with those little pins that pop in the place.
Gotcha, yeah. Well, being able to have your back be straight while you're painting is definitely worth the investment.
Yeah, so
especially if we're doing it even more in the future.
Yeah. The flames look pretty good against that black.
Yeah, they do.
Let me do the touch up on the red on this. I don't like that copper at all.
No? Too orange?
I mean, the orange is okay, but it was meant to be metallic.
It might be being dulled by the fact that it's been painted over like 3 layers. But maybe not. It's fairly thick. Alright, there are all the square corners done.
Okay, so here's a question for you.
Uh-huh.
If you're looking down at it, the spread is kind of like up to the top part, the edge.
Mm-hmm.
And it can either be like that, or we could paint the...
I feel like the inside edge should be brass.
Okay, so I'll just repaint it brass.
More of a pain, but I think it should be.
Yeah. I mean, that's okay. I just was wondering if I should paint down further on the others. So I won't, and we'll try to get it as much brass without making a mess as possible.
That is the trick. These big walls take quite a bit to wash. They're big, sweepy walls. And a whole lot of floor. I'm gonna get an initial coat on here. And spread a little extra around. And on a big floor like this, you have to be a little more careful. It's a little more likely you're gonna get paints or brush strokes. So you have to be a little more conscientious of breaking up said brush strokes.
Okay.
It's outside so long.
Yeah, those like real big pieces.
Move the camera up a little so it was more in shot. It was sort of dominating the whole
Okay, so
frame.
I think that looks good. It needs to be brighter.
Well, one of these days you'll decide on what color you like. Right? You could do like the Tamiya flat red, you could do orange, you could do the brighter copper.
Yeah, I'm gonna try the other copper color.
Okay.
Eventually the paint will build up so high that it'll be even with the top of the utilities.
After 54 more layers.
I'm gonna let that dry a little bit. We've been about 2 hours, so I'm gonna take a break. Just a quick break. I'll be back in 10 minutes or so.
Let me hop it over to my scene. Alright. I will be here, washing away.
I'll be using AKA copper.
See how that goes. If you're taking a break, though, why are you shaking it up now? Alright. So, these are really big walls, as you can see here. But they're coming along pretty easily, at least. Honestly. Not too bad at all. Okay, now the floor. Okay. Alright. On to my little rounded corners now. Getting through these alright. Just taking their time to do. These are a lot easier than those big ones. There's just so much surface area. Using a lot of black washes. I guess since I'm done with the extra large pieces, I can move my camera back down here. Well, that's it for that bottle of black wash. I'll have to get a new bottle out whenever I run out here. having these brown stones mixed in with the gray might not necessarily make sense, because why would there be this brightly different colored stone in the quarry they were digging out of? But it does add a lot more visual interest to the piece after washing. I will admit that. Okay. I'll be getting through these alright. There's a lot here. That's pretty low. I'm gonna grab another bottle of black wash. Assuming I can find it. Umber wash. Umber wash. Umber wash. Maybe in here. So, I need, before I can continue, to locate where our new black wash is. That's black paint. Oh, since this is going to take a minute to find, I'm going to clean my brush off. No sense letting paint dry on the brush. Here. So, progress mildly stalled while I figure out where that black wash went. Yep, just like my ring. Well, since the black wash is not seem to be here immediately, I'm going to wait for when my dad gets back, because he probably has it stored somewhere upstairs. Maybe. In the meantime, those are drying, the ones I've already washed. This is the last curved wall. I think he's coming back here. Where's the new black wash? Oh, it's hidden down below. In a box. Just don't... Yeah. Is this all black wash?
4 of them are.
unboxing video. Ooh, black wash. Big bottles too. Nice.
I was able to score a bunch of those. And a whole bunch of grays and browns and buffs and things.
Good.
Red and black.
Since the camera's not set.
There's a brown one.
These are all brown.
Those are dark brown.
Yeah, we'll have to see how these compare to umber.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I only need black for now. Those things. So yeah, a bunch of black wash.
We just need to go through a lot there.
I'll set those up there for now. Alright. Yeah, I wasn't sure where the black wash was, so I was taking a minute to look for it before I proceeded onward.
Yeah, you didn't want to use it if you couldn't find it.
Yeah, that would have been difficult.
Mm-hmm. So, back to the sigils.
Readjusting here.
So that's the color I don't like. So I'm going to paint it. Let's see this. That's the third layer so far. I'm going to put a fourth one on. And see if this color.
These have been sitting around in a warehouse and in shipping for
a long
time. So I'm going to give it a very thorough shaking. I need some more brass on the side there too. See that?
No, down in
down in there.
Oh yeah, I didn't see that before.
But we have to get the center of it anyway.
Okay, so I'm going to try the other brand of copper, which is a little yellower.
And we can tell this one's opened because it's already got paint smudged on the outside. Just from opening it. That's the one thing I don't like about the larger bottles is the caps for some reason are like extra messy. You know? Alright, back on the washing.
Yeah, I think this is both more metallic and a little brighter.
The new copper? The AK copper, whatever it was. AZ.
So what do you think?
I think that's fine, yeah.
Okay, I want to paint the others then too.
If you're happy with it.
I like it better. And I think having a brighter thing down at the bottom here.
Makes sense.
Yeah, okay.
Finally found an eye color you like.
Maybe.
Until you look at it 3 seconds from now and go, actually, it should be this color, right?
Aquamarine. Oh, no, we can't do that.
It just wasn't very fire looking, I guess, really, right?
Yeah.
And I kind of want it to scream the element that it is. So, like the blue, like the aquamarine, would probably work well in the water rune, for example.
Yeah, maybe even in the air.
Yeah, the air one too.
But definitely in the water. Kind of the aquamarine and the darker blues.
Mm-hmm. There's also a light sea blue that we have, which might be good for it.
Yeah, it's a light blue, aquamarine, blue.
Just blue. Oh yeah, that's a nice like lapis blue almost.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can live with that copper.
Yeah, that's something you'll survive having it be that copper.
Yeah, and then Alexis will look at it and say,
actually, it needs to be purple. Alright.
Mm-hmm. Or some color we don't have.
Mm-hmm. Or a color that doesn't exist yet.
That would be good. I mean, it is kind of a magical place. It should be a color that doesn't exist.
Take you've seen a color that shouldn't exist. Take psychic damage. Alright.
Mm-hmm. Maybe those runes you found were actually painted in a color that didn't exist. Since the runes shouldn't exist. Okay. Now we need to get the grass out again and repaint everything.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see how that will end up looking. So there, what do you think?
That's pretty good. Yeah. It's more menacing and moody.
Yeah, the dark charcoal black works.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like the smoke or the ash of the fire.
Mm-hmm. Or the menacing, moody part.
Or the menacing, moody part.
We've got a lot of those, so I can do the grass touch up before you need to do these.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna be a while on all the washing. I think it's looking pretty good though.
Mm-hmm.
The brown doesn't necessarily make sense architecturally, but it does pop.
Yeah, for the
It does add
mix.
a lot of visual dynamicism. Dinosaurism.
Let me first do the spots that totally missed before.
So, wait, what's your favorite dinosaur?
My favorite dinosaur?
Yeah.
I don't know. I know it's trite, but I really like the raptors.
The velociraptors and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
They're so small, right?
Yeah, I know. They're almost like pet size.
They're little cute bird, feathery dinosaur things.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, especially if you got one of the smaller ones, like 3-foot high ones.
Mm-hmm. I have a friend who sometimes watches the show, Katie, and she is a really big raptor fan too. I personally am all about the Stegosaurus.
Yeah, like the bony plates on the back.
Mm-hmm. Do you know the name of the spiky tail? The actual scientific name for the spiky tail?
They gave it a special name.
Yeah.
It's not just tail spike.
No. That structure of tail spike has
Is
an actual scientific name.
which would be
It's called the thagomizer.
thagomizer. So I'll ask this: is this the flame we're going to end up using?
I think so. No, there's
That one.
that one's primed. That one's not.
So I'm going to paint the little base, right?
No, just paint it as a flame. The whole thing.
The whole thing is a flame.
It's magnetized, like everything else on the table.
Okay. This is going to be all sorts of tiny little touchy uppy stuff.
Do you know why it's called a thagomizer?
No.
The name came from a Far Side comic.
Oh.
There was a Far Side comic of a bunch of cavemen at like a lecture, and the caveman that was up and speaking had like a picture of a Stegosaurus on it on like the screen.
Mm-hmm.
And he was saying, and we named this end of the Stegosaurus in honor of the late Thag.
Thag.
So it's the Thagomizer,
Mm-hmm.
right? And the actual paleontologists started calling it a Thagomizer because of that comic, and it has officially become
Thagomizer.
referred to as a Thagomizer because of that comic. And the artist, the Far Side comic artist, said it was a good joke, but I do actually regret drawing a comic showing humans and dinosaurs living in the same time period.
Oh yeah, that can have all sorts of serious implications. Of course, the people who believe that probably don't read Far Side. So.
Maybe. But, so, the Stegosaurus has a part named after it from a comic. That's your Stegosaurus fact.
That was a fun fact.
You want another Stegosaurus fact? It's sort of a larger dinosaur fact, but it involves the Stegosaurus.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it's the Stegosaurus. Chronologically speaking, the T-Rex existed closer to us here now than it did exist close to the Stegosaurus.
Yeah, that's true. Because they were around like just before the Great Cataclysm 70-some million years ago, and the Stegosaurus was one of the very first early dinosaurs.
Mm-hmm. So the Stegosaurus was long extinct way before the T-Rex came around.
So the T-Rex never had a chance
to fight
savor that tasty Stegosaurus.
To fight the vicious Thagomizer. Yeah, humans have existed much closer to the T-Rex than the Stegosaurus, just because of how far away the Stegosaurus was from the T-Rex chronologically. That's another Stegosaurus. Well, it's a larger dinosaur fact, but it involves the Stegosaurus.
So who were the predators in the Stegosaurus around, you know?
No, I don't. Do you?
No, I don't think even the Allosauruses were around yet.
One dinosaur I do like because it's got like a, I don't know, it has a vibe about it. This is the Iguanodon.
Oh yeah, with the
With
pokey
the little,
thumb.
like thumb spike. Or they have like a claw, but then there's just like a spike sticking up off the end. I always kind of like those.
And kind of like the Pteranodon thing. The flying ones.
Like the pterosaurs.
Mm-hmm.
Pterosaurs,
I mean, those have been around. Those existed for hundreds of millions of years.
apparently under classification rules, they're technically not dinosaurs.
Oh.
They're actually a separate line
The pterosaurs.
of pterosaurs that are actually like genetically distinct
Most of the dinosaurs.
from what we refer to as dinosaurs.
Well, yeah, and even within the dinosaurs, the big sauropods, like the
Apatosaurus and stuff.
Pterosaurus and stuff, were
And
really
the Titanosaurus.
very distinct from the what were they, Therosaurs or something. The Tyrannosaurs and the Velociraptors, the two-footed ones.
Mm-hmm. The bird ones.
The bipedal bird ones, yeah. Yeah, quite distinct.
But yeah, apparently pterosaurs and dinosaurs are actually like a separate thing altogether. But there's like that one pterosaur that's like that was like really big, and it's like it could swallow a human whole.
Yeah.
Like an average size human, it could swallow whole, but it also flew.
Yeah, it had what, like a 40-foot wingspan or something.
I don't. Yeah, maybe.
It was really gigantic. Okay, well, this just needs a little bit more. There's some red spots and some black spots now.
Just a little more touch.
Yeah.
The endless
And those are in spots where, of course, it's going to get on the
grass.
Because you can't get to it.
I like the.
But that's pretty much how it's going to look.
It's looking good.
Yeah.
I like the Plesiosaurus.
Yeah, those sea ones, those were kind of a branch of their own too, weren't they?
Almost like
The plesiosaurs, yeah. And then there were the mosasaurs, which were different from the plesiosaurs.
which were like real big.
Mm-hmm.
Like the Megalodon. Yeah. That was like that was just straight up a shark.
Mm-hmm.
But it was also like 50 feet long or something. Right?
Yeah. It was well, based on its tooth size. That's about all they've got. So they extrapolated from the size of a megalodon tooth from the great white shark to estimate the body size.
Because like sharks is probably mostly cartilaginous,
Mm-hmm.
which does not fossilize nearly as well.
No. I think they might have found like
Bits.
tiny bits of the cartilage, but not much.
It's like the wasn't the Spinosaurus sort of semi-aquatic?
Yeah, they discovered that. They decided that it
Determined it.
basically it was fairly aquatic. It lived in swamps.
Like low, shallow water.
Mm-hmm.
It would sort of like
Kind of crocodile-y almost.
a bit crocodilian. Crocodiles made me think of Australia, and there was recently a bunch of funding given to, I think it was University of Sydney, genetics, that they are going to undertake a project to bring the thylacine back. The Tasmanian tiger.
So they found enough genetic material to...
Well, the last one died in like the 30s in captivity, and they actually sequenced its entire genome.
Oh,
they
wow.
had enough preserved, and its entire genome was sequenced.
Well, then they can.
So there is some really rich person or something or group
Who says, yeah, we need to have some of those.
gave a bunch of money. Well, I mean, it's one of those de-extinction projects where it's like, these were explicitly killed off by humans.
Yeah, it was their time. It was people did it.
But that's like the big problem with bringing mammoths back too, is that even though we find frozen samples of them, the DNA is quite degraded in the ice, and we don't have like a full genome of the mammoth, for example, I don't think. So, but with the thylacine, they actually like preserved the body properly and sequenced its entire genome.
It'll be good. Maybe you can get rid of some of it.
They're a very cool looking animal, though. I haven't seen. Long jaws. Apparently, they weren't actually very aggressive or anything either, and a lot of they were killed off by people put bounties on them because they thought they were eating sheep and stuff.
Oh yeah, everything eats their sheep.
But it turned out to be like wild dogs and stuff too. It wasn't even like the thylacine doing it.
And it's like they have to kill off all the wolves here. And
oh yeah.
Lose 1 or 2 lambs a year or something.
And then you have to kill the whole wolf population. Yeah. So that's pretty exciting, I think.
Yeah, that would be pretty cool.
I think there's some animal, I forget what one, that they think would be a good candidate for to surrogate the embryo.
Wasn't it a marsupial?
Yeah. There's something, I forget if it was like a kangaroo or like the Tasmanian devil or something, though, was able to be they think would be a good candidate to sort of surrogate.
Surrogate pouch.
Yeah. Marsupial, actually, it would have a much easier time because it's a marsupial, and I think it's smaller than the Tasmanian tiger, but because it only has to gestate as an egg internally for a relatively short period of time before it's transferred to a pouch, that actually gives it a lot more. You don't have to carry a big Tasmanian tiger. To full birth, because it'll get transferred out as an egg, I guess. I don't know. Marsupials are weird. Platypi have eggs, right?
Right. And marsupials are just embryonic, very undeveloped.
But they go into a sac. An external sac. Echidnas are like that, right?
Echidnas, yeah. That's another one.
They're pretty small. They're like a hedgehog, basically. Right? In size and general appearance.
Yeah, that's how they look, basically.
Yeah, something disappointing you know that one, what is it? Dunkleocestus? That primeval fish that's like this big, and it has like those big bony armor plates all over its face.
You're not thinking of the coelacanth.
No, the coelacanth is like smaller than this.
Yeah, okay.
And it's not bony plated. The Dunkleocestus is like they always have like the big bony head in like field museums and stuff.
Oh, yeah, they always have, every collection has those, right?
Yeah, it's like, you know, its head is like, I don't know, 4 or 5 feet tall.
Mm-hmm.
And it has like those 2 big fangs and stuff in the plate.
Yeah, that's kind of a famous thing.
Yeah,
right.
I think it's Dunkleocestus or something like that, similar to it. The disappointing part is that those plates were most likely internal.
Oh. So they were covered over with flesh and scales.
Yeah. So they didn't have like a big helmet on top of their body. Which would have looked really cool. But I guess probably wouldn't have been the best for, you know, living with.
Yeah, maybe not. I mean, it might have been okay. It had to have been covered with some sort of skin.
Yeah. But yeah, apparently it wasn't like armor plated as much as it was like
Under
armored. Yeah. No. The fish came up with it first. So. Yeah. But I always thought those looked really cool. Those big plates.
Those are cool. Very large and impressive.
I think there's also there's like a genetic de-extinction project. I think maybe I might be wrong, or they might have just like found evidence of this. There was a type of crocodile native to mainland China that got like killed off by humans way back in the day.
If they're maybe thinking of the...
I don't know if they're like they're finding archaeological like parts of it, or if they're trying to de-extinctify it. I forget which. There's an article I saw a while back though about this variety of crocodile that lived in China but was killed off in like the BC era. BCE.
And there might have been enough of it.
Yeah, I'm not sure. But crocodilians are pretty cool too. Because they've been around since.
Oh yeah, in one form or another.
For pretty much forever, yeah. I just thought the Spinosaurus had a very crocodilian look and feel.
Yeah, kind of live that way too.
It might be one of those personization. You live in lowland waters.
Yeah, and that's how.
And that's what shape you take.
That's what works. Gets you the fish. Okay, now I'm down to tiny little dots of every color.
Oh, there you go. You're slowly honing in on what you need.
Mm-hmm. So here we go. Tiny little dots of gray, black, and red, and then
some brass.
Some more brass. to make up for the.
It's a little thin.
No, I have to find the spot of gray where. That was exciting.
All that for the little.
One little dot, yeah. Teeny tiny brush and see if I can get this without having to bring it back. Back.
Slowly getting boxed in by this ever-growing pile next to me here of the drying pieces. Because unlike the ready-to-go pieces, I can't stack them while they dry. A lot of small crevices in these windows. Trying to make sure I get coated well. Boy, it's a lot of washing to do. I might be doing this the rest of the show.
There is a lot. Okay. A minuscule drop of red. Looks like a regular painter's palette down there, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this light it up. Yeah, it might be. It's sticky. Seriously.
What? Did you get some on the side? That's fine. Well, that'll be hidden by the wash. That is. It's way over on the edge. Like the outer edge where I'm painting here.
Yeah.
because you're close to done doesn't mean you should assume you're done, right?
Yeah, but stop being really careful because that's when you do it, right?
Yeah. Coming along on these, slowly but surely.
Okay, sigils are done.
The sigils are done, so I'll eventually get to those and wash out everywhere outside of the sigil itself.
No, it looks like, I mean, you've got more done than not.
Yeah.
You want me to do floors?
Floors? Oh, no, it's fine. Unless you, why don't you work on the throne?
Oh, yeah, finishing the gold chains.
Finish the gold chains. I'm putting it in kind of rough, and then I'm gonna have to clean up around the edges on them. Is where I was at. And then I think also at this, like, this center part here, that I think that should be like a big gem, like a red gem or something inside this.
Yeah, like glossy red.
Yeah, something like that.
Well, let me finish the chains.
And then there's also like these sort of serpent shapes down here that wrap around. See, there's like this like zigzaggy serpent shape.
Yeah.
On the back, and they wrap up around. That could be either gold or silver or something. So there's actually quite a bit to do on that throne if you want to keep doing detail work.
Yeah, well, I'll keep playing with it.
We just need to come to a design we like, basically, on it.
Yeah, I mean, filling in all the gold chains is kind of a pain.
Yeah, and then cleaning up around them.
But, yeah, finish the chains. You started painting. No, I never got painted.
I never painted that one.
Okay, well,
very quickly running out of space.
Yeah, there's really no place to put them either. I can open up some space up here.
I guess there's slide things down that way. I can move this big ol' stack of center floors. Ooh, a stack of center floors over here. And the doors and lintels don't need to be there.
Here, does that help?
Yes, thank you. A lot more space.
I'm looking for the great gold. Is that back in the...
Polished gold was probably over here.
So, as you can see, these chains have a lot of texture. You have to get it into all of the nooks and crannies.
Yeah,
so,
that's why I wasn't being too careful and just figured I would go up to the edge after.
So I'll make sure I got all the crannies and the stuff that I think you'd already done. And then we can touch it up and then, go back the other way. And then...
back and forth forever.
Yeah. So here... Just...
this cap. I was shaking
Just
it.
exploded?
And it just came out the back hinge of the cap there.
Oh my. Oh, okay. Go wash quickly before it sets.
I'll be right back.
And I'll get the spots on the floor and stuff. You don't step in them. Okay, that's weird.
Exploded out the back of the hinge.
Yeah, I see that.
Apparently I shook too vigorously.
Great bigger. That's just steel.
Yeah, those are good as they are.
Good thing I bought a lot of that.
Well, it wasn't all that much, it just goes everywhere.
No, I mean the black wash.
Oh, because we use so much of it?
So much of it, yeah.
Yeah. Alright. Yeah, we're already at almost 1 o'clock. Probably
Yeah, that's about all you're going to do is be able to finish this.
be able to finish the washing, and that's about it. Yeah.
You can fill in down here too.
I know.
Okay. Oh, I meant to ask about this. So here you filled in the whole thing, and here you didn't.
I was thinking those might also be gems inlaid in there.
I'm going to paint it all in gold. Give us the options.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, they could be gems.
This one got too dark because I had to stop in the middle of it to clean up. So I didn't get a chance to wipe it away. So I'm doing a more aggressive approach at wash removal. So that it'll match everything else a little better. That's better.
There's a lot of gold chain surface area.
Yes. I mean, I got a lot of it, but there's so much on that throne. It's a very good looking throne though. It's very menacing. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It is. Oh.
It's for like evil Shadow King throne room sort of. Which we might be able to assemble here.
No, near
at the end of the episode.
We do have all the pieces now. We didn't have them all last time. I'm working this gold out into the gray.
There's just so much you have to get in there.
Mm-hmm.
And then you can go back over with it's actually the field blue.
Or the field blue, right? And then you can paint up into the chain link.
With a small brush.
To give it the detail that it will need down. But if it isn't already gold, you can make some junk on it.
Yeah, that's what I had come to the conclusion of as well when I was painting it.
And by doing that, you can actually see where the edges of the paint are.
Mm-hmm. Otherwise, they can be a little invisible.
Mm-hmm.
These sort of daises. This is the platform that the throne can sit on. To have a extra impressive effect. Any other dinosaur facts you have?
I know a lot of people really like Triceratops.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the Ceratopsians, some 3 horns and some with like 8 or 9.
Yeah, but they're pretty popular.
Yeah, some with just 1. Protoceratops. I remember when I was a kid, I used to get these books called All About Books, which were kids' books, but were actually written by some of the top people in the field. So there's one all about dinosaurs written by this guy named Andrews. Andrews was famous for finding the Protoceratops in the Gobi Desert, and it was actually named after him, Protoceratops andrews. They were really interesting books. I mean, it had kind of up-to-date knowledge as much as it was known at the time. And I think he actually found some of the first dinosaur eggs too, because they were first found in the Gobi Desert from mostly the herbivorous dinosaurs. It's cool. The one All About Whales was written by somebody who studied whales.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, I really did learn a whole lot. Like, why do they call it the right whale?
Why do they call it?
Because it was the right whale to kill.
Really? For whale oil?
Yeah, there were 2 things about it. One, its blubber was exceptionally thick, so it produced a lot of oil for the size. But the most important thing is that it floated when it was dead.
because of all that blubber.
Yeah, and most whales sink, and so you have to grapple onto them quickly before they sank after they were harpooned.
Yeah, and then they would like hoist them to the side of the boat.
Mm-hmm. Floated, so it was the right whale. And I learned about how the blue whale, actually more accurately known as the sulfur bottom whale.
Sulfur bottom?
Sulfur bottom whale. Yeah, people don't know that, I guess. Is that that's another name for it, is the sulfur bottom whale.
Why is it called the sulfur bottom whale?
Because it's kind of yellowish underneath.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's
Whalers were not like, oh, let's come up with a really creative name out of Greek literature or something. It was like, no.
It's yellow on the bottom.
It's yellow on the bottom and blue on the top, so we'll call it sulfur bottom or blue, right?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Or right, we'll call it the right whale.
Or sperm.
Yeah.
Because of the spermaceti oil.
Mm-hmm.
I like Moby Dick, the book. I know a bit about whaling because they spend about half the book talking about how whaling works
and how they rendered the oil. See, that's what you really want to be. Is they did that over great big fires in kettles
on the ship,
on a wooden ship, right?
Yeah.
So you're dealing with great big fires on a wooden ship
in the middle of the ocean
with kettles full of flammable oil.
And the nice part is because they hung the whale off the side of the ship, and sometimes it would be in the water.
Mm-hmm.
There's often a huge swarm of sharks around the ship all the time because they would actually come up and like on the whale that was hanging off the ship.
Off the side, yeah. So that made whaling even more
fun.
Mm-hmm.
So if your ship caught fire from the giant flaming oil vats that you had on your wooden ship, and you had to abandon ship, you were abandoning ship into a shark swarm that are like in a feeding state.
Frenzy, yeah. Good way to make a living.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to paint that center gem.
Okay.
See how it looks. We have actually two glossy colors, green and red.
Yeah, we can do 2 emeralds on the sides, maybe.
Yeah, if you want to do that. But I think red in the middle, right?
Yeah. Sort of like a big ruby and then like 2 emeralds.
Mm-hmm. Reds tend not to cover, so we'll see.
Yeah. The glossy red might be different from the standard flat red.
But you need to be a little careful with it too, because the glossy colors will show brush marks.
And they're hard to paint over. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So you have to be extra careful with them.
Actually, that came out quite well.
Oh, yeah, it's looking good. What do I have left? I have the floors. These pieces I did earlier for the gates.
The sigils.
And the sigils. I'm sort of saving the sigils for last because they're the longest. They're the last painted, so they need to dry as much as possible. So maybe I'll start tackling these floors, which aren't too hard. There's just a lot of them.
Do you think green on these?
Well, it depends. Green might look pretty good, like next on the side wings, but if you want it to be maybe more menacing, you could go with a different color. You could do like a silver in them, or
Yeah, I'm thinking green might be too
much.
It would look too Christmassy.
I could see that.
I think silver.
Use the game color Vallejo one, the chainmail silver, because the
others run too much.
The others will run way too much.
Yeah.
As for where it is, I know it has a white cap.
Well, there's
I'm pretty sure it has a. No, now that I say it out loud, I'm less sure. No, it has a gray cap. Yeah, why don't you use that one, because it's thicker. You'll have an easier time controlling it than the other silvers that we have.
Worse.
It's 2 sets.
Yeah, usually the sets have hardly any regular floors, though.
Yeah, but the throne room has to be big and
Yeah,
impressive.
it's very large. You have to walk a long way to get to the evil kinglet.
Kinglet.
Kinger, king, queen,
King.
master of the
Evil realm. Kingler is a Pokemon. Crab. Like everything else.
Everything becomes a crab.
Everything becomes crab. The last city in the universe will be Kripstadt. Everything else will be crap. Do you know what Lexi's favorite dinosaur is? Is it Parasaurolophus? I always thought it was Parasaurolophus.
I'm pretty sure it's Parasaur.
Oh, well, that messes up my song.
You could look it up.
I want a Parasaurolophus for Christmas. Just a Parasaurolophus will do.
It's almost the same Parasaurolophus.
Parasaurolophus. Parasaurolophus sounds like some medication with 50 back. Like, that solves a small, tiny problem, but causes a ton of different ones. Or it's like what that drug is curing.
Or side effects may include
Parasaurolophus.
everything you can think of that's not good.
Yeah.
The silver looks pretty good.
Yeah. We'll probably wash it slightly with a small brush, just to like tone it in. But I think I'm gonna be doing that to the whole throne.
Just washing it.
Except for the gem. To give it that sort of evil look. Be like the End of Time Bandits. Do you remember that movie?
I remember seeing it. There was a sailing ship that sailed in the sky.
It was a weird movie. At the end of it, there's like a chunk of evil, like pure evil, in like a toaster oven. And the kid's parents are like looking at it, and he goes, "Don't touch it, it's evil." And the parents like look at him like, huh? And then they both go to touch it. And then they explode. And that's how the movie ends.
Well, the moral of that story is
don't touch it.
Don't touch pure evil and listen to your kids when they tell you that it's pure evil. Okay, the thing that has to be done is starting to work back to define the edges of the paint. I'll start on that.
Okay.
And we'll come back and do the gold over again.
Like after you mess it up a bunch?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, nothing like boundary lines between different colors. Oh, you're almost done with the floors.
Yep. The floors aren't hard to do. They're pretty straightforward. Dimetrodon's a pretty cool dinosaur.
Oh yeah, with the big scale. That's another one of those. Actually, I don't think even that was a dinosaur. I think that came before dinosaurs were even an official thing.
It was like a proto-dinosaur almost.
Yeah, it was really early. I know you always see these things where they show Dimetrodons and Triceratopses and
standing together.
Yeah, everything all together.
All in one section of the museum.
No, in pictures, like an old picture.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Or like the old movies with like the Stegosaurus fighting the T-Rex with its tail, with its Thagomizer.
Because, and a dinosaur is a dinosaur, right? Who's to argue about 100 million years, give or take?
Like, they had so long, the dinosaurs, and none of them invented, like, cell phones or the internet.
Yeah, I know. It's really kind of sad, isn't it?
That we know of, at least.
So much shit. Well, yeah. I mean, they didn't leave much plastic litter.
No, not that we know of. Maybe that's all the oil that we're making plastic out of now.
Maybe that
it wasn't actually dinosaurs, it was all their e-waste. And it just got crushed back down into oil.
Early recycling. So all these oil fields really were like dinosaur landfill.
Yeah. Exactly. This is definitely an accurate and factual statement.
Yes. Look it up. It'll probably be on the internet somewhere.
That's why. So the Iguanodon was the first dinosaur to text because it had the big thumb, so it could do all that typing.
That's why it had a big thumb.
Yeah.
In order to be better at it.
They invented texting, and then it evolved the thumb.
Yeah.
To the ones who could swipe left and right were able to breed more. That's why they developed the thumb.
Well, because they had more success like on the
dating apps,
sites.
yeah. Because they could
Texting,
they could send little dinosaur emojis to each other more easily. I'm pretty sure I read about this in a science book.
I mean, you don't develop a feature and then create a technology to use it.
Yeah, the thumb.
Yeah, it goes the other way. The thumb evolved to
text.
To text.
Because before they were using their nose and it was really slow.
Or their feet. Have you ever seen the size of their feet?
Yeah, they had really big thumbs for a while. That's why there's so much oil.
Yeah, big buttons.
Really big buttons.
Like on some of the senior phones nowadays.
Yeah. I feel like this should be how it actually was.
On this show it is.
Did the dinosaurs have to deal with like tech bros and stuff too?
Yeah, that's actually probably why some species died out early.
They couldn't make it in the gig economy. What a bleak and dark view on dinosaurs. Right?
So yeah. Now we know that dinosaur smartphone tech
Predated thumbs.
Predated the Iguanodon.
Yep.
So we have a pretty good idea when it was first developed. That's why why you see so many Iguanodon remains, because they were very successful.
Because of the thumb.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt if like they created a whole profession
where they would like type for text for other dinosaurs.
Yeah, like telegraph operators used to be.
Yeah, that makes sense. They're like contracted to text for another dinosaur. That's why.
In fact, they might have kept a monopoly on the whole.
I mean, that's why you don't see thumbs on other dinosaurs.
Is the Iguanodons kept it for themselves and they maintained a monopoly.
Because dinosaur Reagan wouldn't destroyed the ability of the dinosaur government to break up monopolies. No.
Actually, this is coming along pretty. It's kind of a nice change of pace to be defining chains as opposed to painting walls.
Yeah, what's that feel like?
Well, I mean, you can really see you can see
what you're doing.
You can see the accomplishment
rather than what I'm doing,
as opposed to it's darker. Although what you're doing is essential.
in Chicago at the Field Museum, they have like they like took, you know, the little like horn nasal thing on the Parasaurolophus.
Oh, they have the.
They like recreated it based on like the bone structure of it and everything, and you can like push a little bellow thing to like run air through it
and hear what they sounded like.
And they were basically giant ducks.
It was like a big duck call.
Basically. And they had bills, and they stood around in swamps and ate kelp.
So they were just ducks.
They were just big ducks.
Yeah. I forget the word. The standard. You know, like there's a name for it.
The standard?
Yeah, the fossil which represents the best.
Oh, a holotype?
Holotype, yeah. Field Museum's Parasaurolophus is a holotype.
Is it?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, I think that's one of them. I think they've got another holotype film.
They have a couple holotypes of like fish. They have like a big wall of fish fossils, and a couple of them have little plaques that say that it's the holotype for that fish. The problem is, in 10 million years, the holotype for every single species is just going to be a crap. Right?
Yeah.
Just everything ends in crap. There was a little like meme I saw that was like physicists going, yes, finally a law for everything, right? A theory for every single thing, right?
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, the cuts, right?
Yeah.
Right?
And biologists are like, yes, a law for everything except for all of these things. Because like every time they try and think there's like, all right, this is like how everything on life works. There's something new that gets found, and it's like, actually, that is not how everything works.
Right.
Like, you know how I learned from this, and I like went and read an article about it. You know how in the cell, mitochondria are sort of referred to as like the powerhouse, where like energy generation for the cell occurs.
Yeah, that's where they make the ATP.
And like that's true of like everything that has cells.
Except it isn't.
Because there's something that seems to just not use its mitochondria for that at all. Can you guess what it is?
A crab.
No.
No?
Not yet.
I thought everything was crab.
It's not a crab yet.
What?
Mistletoe.
Oh.
Mistletoe has basically shut down its mitochondria inside its own cells.
No, it doesn't have to. It's a parasite.
Yeah. Okay.
It just doesn't bother. Yeah, why waste energy making energy when you just suck it up out of the tree you're on?
I'm going to, for the sigil and the brazier, switch to a smaller brush, because I don't want to like get a bunch of wash up on areas where I don't want it, because I think I've gotten everything else washed now. So all that's left are our 3 sigils, beautifully painted, and the brass brazier. Do you want me to do some like darkening around where the flame spouts out here in the bowl? Or should I leave it bright?
No, I think it needs to be darker on there, because unless it's a magic flame that leaves no soot, just right around the inside of that bit, you know, the inside of the well, and around, but not completely covering the circle on the top.
This part in here?
No, the little one.
Oh, just in here. Yeah.
Like the center of that.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I thought, but that you said I was a little confused, so just double checking. So I'm gonna try and be a bit more careful with my application of wash here. At least around the sigil proper.
Yeah, you want it to look consistent, but not affected by.
And to that end, I'm probably actually going to let it dry on its back like this before I do the rest of the rest of the piece, because I don't want the wash to run down over the sigil, because it is a very liquidy paint and it will flow with gravity if there's any loose part of it.
Yeah, so if it's laying on its back, it won't run
If
up.
it's laying on its back, it'll sit just fine like this.
Mhm.
If I tilt it up,
Yeah,
it runs the risk of sliding down over the sigil. Where I want to keep the sigil bright and magic looking. So I have it shaded in around the sigil like that.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not going to tilt it up. I'm going to slide it over here to dry.
That makes sense.
And then once it's dried, I can go through and hit the rest of the model
Mm-hmm.
in the wash. It doesn't need to be completely dry, it just needs to be dry enough to not run. Basically. You know what's really weird to think about?
There's lots of things, but what do you have in mind?
So, you know, like the concept of decay.
Mm-hmm.
Decay exists as like an actual entity, like an existing entity in our world.
Entity?
Mm-hmm.
Decay, actually just other living things.
It's basically fungi.
Mostly fungus.
Mostly funguses. Like, they're like the actual existence of decay. Because there was actually a period in Earth's history where plants developed, but fungus hadn't developed the ability to eat dead wood, dead trees and plants.
Yeah, you would think, yeah, definitely fungi had to come later.
So we actually ended up getting like hyper oxygenated atmosphere.
Oh, that's right. There was the time when it was hyperoxygenated.
Because there was nothing
to
stop the plants from just continually growing, and there was nothing eating the plants either at that point. Like they were one of the first things up on land and stuff.
Yeah, that's how we ended up with all the coal beds and things, right? Because of the runaway.
Yeah. So all these trees would die and fall over, but nothing would decay them.
They would just
sit there and get covered up and compacted and crushed.
Yeah.
Because there was nothing to break them down for a long, long time until fungus developed the ability to decay them.
Well, that does explain the coal beds.
Yeah.
And how that all piled up so much without just turning into mush.
And things like, I think that's where petrified forests come from too, is there was just all these trees laying around and they got fossilized.
Yes, they didn't decay, they just sat around.
Because decay wasn't a thing yet. We hadn't invented it yet.
Okay, well that's an interesting thing. But it definitely makes sense.
Meaning when you see a mushroom, you're actually seeing the physical manifestation of the concept of decay. Which makes mushrooms a lot cooler, right? And I think there's also like... I saw someone talking about how they were taking a biology class and their professor was like, you know, it was like sort of an intro to biology class. And someone had asked about funguses and they're like, listen, funguses aren't plants and they're not animals. And you know what? I can't really explain it more than that. We don't know what they are.
They're fungus. They are
their own thing.
They are what they are.
Sometimes they operate like plants, sometimes they operate like animals, but they're definitely not either.
Yeah, they are interesting in their own right, though. We didn't have much of a fungus display last fall. Like sometimes we do in our yard.
Yeah, sometimes we get a lot of mushrooms. We didn't... Well, last year, actually, we got like a bunch of rain all at once, and then like every single stump in the whole area got covered in these big yellow mushrooms. Just all over.
Well, last spring we had Indian pipes, which we hadn't had in a long time. The conditions, if they're just right for them, grow up.
There must be a better name for them than that.
Yeah, there must be. Well, probably some sort of Greek or Latin derivative.
But they're like those like white stalks, right?
Which look like fungus, but are actually not. They're actually plants.
They're a flower?
Yeah, no, they're a plant stalk of some sort.
One of the universities over on our side of the state has a corpse flower blooming. Maybe we'll go check it out this weekend. One of those, like, it blooms every 100 years.
100 years, yeah.
Ow.
Very rare event.
And I think they have it open to the public. Come see. And they're called the corpse flower because don't they smell like a corpse?
And that's what they say.
I've never smelled a corpse, so.
And if it blooms, you'll have a chance. It's very unpleasant. Well, not even a dead animal, like a dead deer or something.
Well, I guess we smell dead deer in our area. I guess I just meant like a dead person. But yeah, I mean, I've smelled like dead raccoons and deer around here. When you live in the forest, that happens. Just getting around the outer edge on the floor here. Around the brazier.
And then the last little bits of touch up. There's just be little bits of gold that need to be retouched, not much.
That's good.
I just see if I missed any spots completely, which is
Yeah, that's one of those things I gotta look for. And then we should do those serpents, that wrap around the bottom.
something.
In something, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, they're there, you want to be able to see the detail.
Okay, let's get the top where the flame comes out here. It's only sort of like that. Fairly subtle. Not more than that, though, really.
No.
Alright. These they look dry enough. They're not going to run anymore on these sigils. So, I'm going to actually use my larger brush here. Because there's a lot of surface area to cover. But now that I have this wall darkened in, I don't need to worry quite as much about hitting the sigil. It's looking pretty good. Do you want to get the snakes? No?
I don't know. I'm not sure what color they should be.
Why don't you do them in brass? They sort of wrap around the side. There's like little parts that come off, if you see.
Yeah, just doing the raised part, right?
Yeah, just the raised part.
The shiny brass or the darker brass?
Darker. It'll be similar to the gold, but slightly different. Trying to be a little delicate with it, which means I also then drop it naturally. But it's a-okay. These are pretty durable.
Blue touch up after this. Feel blue. Control.
Yeah. 3 sigils done. So I think, other than the throne, is there anything that's not done? With all these pieces?
I don't think so.
Once you get those in, I can do some careful washing on the throne to sort of shade it in. You know. But otherwise, we're approaching having all of these things done. One thing I can do while you're doing that, other than cleaning off my brush, these should be dry enough for assembly. Well, I don't know exactly how they're assembled, Lexi does, so maybe I'll wait for her. But I know these slide down into these grooves. Yeah, that adds a nice element to the throne. Having those sort of snaky shapes in there.
Yeah, it'll need touching up around it. Huh?
I'll take a short break here. Stretch a little. There's some sort of pump that happened up there.
It's hard to get the definition lines on some of these.
So Lexi, since you're here, how do I get these into these? You can just tell me off camera, or you can come up. I know they slide in, but... Oh, is that the side that goes down?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. I thought that was the top.
And then open them up a little bit.
Uh-huh. And sort of wiggle them in.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I was putting in the wrong side. I thought this textured part was the top. It's
Nope.
the bottom.
It is... And... a little worried about the fit on these. Have been tight. And you really have to push it in. And they stick out above.
Yeah. Well, I just wanted to
So I've
show
got it in.
people what it looks like.
You just push it in. It takes a little bit of effort to get it in there.
But then it has a
And
nice
then
tension hold.
Yeah, that's really not going to come out easily. And it does sit above.
Yeah.
I'm going to finish. I don't...
Okay, well, that needs some touching up, but maybe later.
Alright. So there's the throne. Almost. And I'll probably shade this in a bit, so it's a little less flat, at least on the stone parts.
That's really
Maybe
cool.
not on the gold parts. But it looks very impressive.
This is the new sigil look.
I really like that. Yeah. It's very nice. Very moody.
Mm-hmm.
I like it.
Yeah, the dark charcoal gray work, and then I used a copper. So it's a little bit metallic on the
So this is pretty fun because I haven't seen these painted before. You guys, we haven't painted these before.
No, not even in the drawings. We
And-
colored them.
We've spent, I don't know, why don't you put them on screen here? We spent, oops, I don't know how many hours designing these things and seeing them come to life.
Yeah, I did all those designs on the sigils. Who wants you to do a flip, Lexi?
Oh, okay, hang on, I got
Whoa, nice plan.
yeah, I know, it was great.
I'm glad everyone saw it.
So seeing these come to life is pretty amazing. And I have spent, and you spent
need
some
a
time
flame.
too,
Mhm.
I don't know how many
Flame.
hours, like designing this brazier to be all one piece, to take a magnet in there. So seeing it come to life is also really cool.
We're nearing the end. We haven't gotten the flame painted yet, but the flame does sit right in the brazier like that. So you can have a big flame, and it's all magnetized.
You want to paint it pretty much the same way with yellow
Like a
going into
campfire.
orange, going into red.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like a flame.
Yep.
We could do like a cool blue flame version for like a magic flame, but I think just a standard flame is probably best.
My symphony.
I can touch up the field blue if you want.
Oh, yeah, please. I'm tired of it.
You're done with it?
No, touching up the gold chain was actually kind of fun, but getting that brass zigzag on there was...
Yeah, this sort of snaky shape.
Yeah, it was
underneath.
kind of... Didn't work out well. For some reason, my hands were tired or something. So it turned into a mess.
That's okay. I can clean that up. Oh.
Now you were off camera.
Was I? Well, I pulled a U.
Yeah, you did.
We were talking dinosaurs for most of the
Show.
show today. Let's see.
Which times?
All of them.
All of them?
All of them.
And we talked about how everything eventually becomes crab.
Oh, what is that? What's the term for that?
Carcinization.
Yeah. I made a new species.
You sure it's a new species and not another crab?
It's a crab.
That's what I thought.
I have started printing something back here that you know about.
What do I know?
What's printing?
I do.
Well, I actually don't know what's printing, but you know about the print.
Uh-huh.
But Greg does not.
No.
You have not seen this one.
No, I still can't see it. It's not there.
And I can't wait to see the end result of this.
No.
It
Later.
is related to Easter.
Yeah? You're making a rabbit?
Oh, I know what it is now. Okay.
No, but there is actually a fun Trojan rabbit model out there.
Oh, from like the Monty Python movie?
Yes.
Big wooden rabbit.
Yeah. It's pretty technical to print
I imagine.
because its ears actually stick up,
There.
and to get the proper
I
effect,
need one touch of gold on there, yeah.
Oh,
you're
okay.
supposed to heat it
Go for it.
with a blow dryer and then slowly bend the plastic down.
Really?
Yes, to get the proper effect
Fit.
of the ears.
Oh, yeah, to get that floppy.
To get the floppy ear. That's how the maker put it together.
So, I was thinking the throne needs to be shaded a little bit, but since we're pretty much out of time, I was gonna pull my camera up
Mm-hmm.
and assemble the sets. So I'm gonna pull all of these off to the side because they are unrelated.
Yeah. Here. I'll take them, and I'll get the
Cages in.
Yep, I'll get the cages.
That actually turned out really nicely.
Yeah.
I like the red jewel. It's a good idea to do that.
So the Shadow King, or the Evil King throne room thing, here. Is our largest set, actually.
Yeah, let's move those pink cups.
Before they become a huge problem.
Yeah.
Fine. Any chance we can get different flames for different magics? Probably. I mean, it's just a matter of painting them differently.
What was the question?
Oh, if we could get different colored flames for different magical effects. I mean, I imagine so. It wouldn't be any harder to paint them blue or green or something than regular.
Purple or whatever.
We are also debating getting a resin printer, which could print that flame in a little bit higher resolution. And it would be very easy to do like a blue sort of transparent effect on
can put the lintel on the door if you want.
Yeah, I'll get there.
Oh yeah, pillars.
So, here is the Shadow King's throne room. One addition that's not here yet is we're planning to put a runner rug down the center. Can you print a New Year's resolution?
I can't print a New Year's resolution, unfortunately.
So, that is a big top-down view of the Shadow King's throne room. What I'm going to build over here is the other set, the Ritual Chamber.
I'm gonna get rid of these.
Alright. And then we'll end for the day. Wall sigil. Wall sigil. And then when this is painted, we'll have a flame that you can drop right in the center brazier. And then we'll be attaching the doors here. But we have these double doors here on the throne room. Like so. That will be put in. And the single door here on the ritual chamber. So that gives you sort of a sense of the two sets. This one definitely is bigger than the other.
Okay, the ritual chamber looks pretty good. Cooler than I thought it would be. With the 3 sigils on it now.
The 3 sigils really add to the look of it.
Yeah, it's a pretty cool
that
piece.
Makes a big difference, yeah. And then, that'll be good.
Yeah, once you have a flame in here.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, these are the 2 sets we've been working on, and it only took us,
The throne room will be a set really good for battles.
The throne room, yeah, that's designed for like a really cool big boss fight, was sort of the idea about it. And we have all these pillars separate rather than embedded in the tiles, so that you could have like, maybe you only want like 4 of them like that, or you want to have them like positioned like that. You know, you can have all sorts of arrangements. You maybe they're like one's back here and here,
Or
one's like here and here.
if you had both of these sets.
Yes, since we painted them all the same color, they are intermixable, as Lexi is showing here.
Let's do this.
You're going all out here.
Oh yeah, may as well. But yes, these sets are designed to be intermixable.
That's why we colored them the same.
I'll use the double. That's what I'll do. Between these two sets, I am unfortunately short one piece for this giant set. But, you know, can always swap in.
Some inside corners for pillars.
Inside corners for pillars and...
all sorts of stuff like that.
You know?
So you can, yeah, you can have all sorts of arrangements that you can play with. Maybe you want, like, rounded corner.
Yeah. Or how about a big one? Big rounded corner.
There you go.
Yeah. It's not completely symmetrical. On a quick, just grab some stuff and throw it together. But
It shows you how modifiable all of these dungeon tiles are. Anyway, thank you everyone for coming and watching and chatting. You just playing with it.
yeah, I want to make it symmetrical,
Oh, okay.
so I feel better.
Alright. Well, she's doing that. I'm going to, is that better?
I feel better now. Except for this. But I don't have single pieces to make this. Or more risers to add in the middle to make it, like, right in the center. Oh well.
I see.
I'll just have to live with it.
Right. You're not doing okay.
No.
Alright, well, we will see you next time. We are off this weekend for Easter Sunday. We're not going to be doing a show. Otherwise, and I think next week there's a chance that you're going to be getting a whole lot of art streams with my dad here, Greg, who's off camera hiding.
Yeah, he's hiding. He's over there.
Why don't you pop in? Oh, look, there he is. Oh, you don't. What are you doing?
I was going to turn the camera to face him, but he moved.
I moved.
So, thank you everyone.
That's it.
Like and subscribe. Right? You have to say that? That's a law?
I saw a very good joke today going around.
Oh, the werewolf streamer?
There's a werewolf streamer. Their name is Like and Subscribe.
Like and subscribe.
Take that joke with you, folks.
Bye. Sorry.